Okay. Ooh. It managed to make quite a few computers for me while I was out. Cool. What were we trying to make with the computer? We were over here contemplating the meaning of life. And we're going to stay here, but we're going to look at a couple things, or try to. Well, what in the hell do I make it in? If I don't make it in a blender or a refinery, where's the turbo fuel recipe that I picked up? I know I picked it up. Because it was one of the last... Oh, I know why. I did pick it up. I do have it. But... yeah, I'd have to go back to the hub. I don't have that tier unlocked yet, I'll bet. So I can't use it yet. I'll bet that's why I don't see it. Okay. So back to doing the things that are the purpose of the stream. This stream is going to be largely random miscellaneous tasks that I have decided need to be done, among which is going to be some work out here, but that's going to come in a bit. First of all is probably going to be so many things. Actually, I think we're going to start right here, since we're out here, with a little bit of a hypertube a bit of a hypertube hub here. Where shall I make it? Oh, we got a secret hiding spot down here. Anything down here? Not seeing anything. Nice little secret hiding spot. As I was saying, make a little hypertube hub platform right here, I think. No, you can go away. We're going to take you. Start there. Come up to. Come up to. Come back here a long ways and see if I need to bring you up more. Yep. Bring you up 3. Don't really like coming up 3, but. maybe we'll just leave that rock exposed and we'll come up 2. So now I need to make sure we have you aligned with the proper block. We're coming up 2. And that should probably be plenty. Actually, far more than plenty. Don't imagine it. We're going to leave that so it lines up with that pad. But what we're going to do is, instead of following that all over, we're going to make just a single tube that comes out to there, and that's going to be that tube there. Except I need to build it properly. And then we'll remove this one. Then we'll have I'm going to make this 3 by 3. On it. Okay, so let's do, how does that do? Does that come over that rock? Yes, it does. Put that one there, even though I can't really use it. I'm going to pull this back. I'm going to kill this again. Put that out there. there. And very nice. That will go up to Christmas. Entrance, and then I should be able to put a sign on it. Power pole right here. We need this to be tied to the grid. So this is going to have its own pole sitting right there. Nope. On that corner. Like that. Something different with those belts. Here, well, after we put a entrance on it, a power line to it, then we can take and grab that sign over there. And edit the layout. This is this goes nowhere. probably should leave it because it'll get used eventually, but I'm not going to. It can always be added back. No, doggone it. Welcome, viewer. Alright, now this. Okay, how are we going to go about this? I'm going to leave that pole there, but this is now going to come down tube, tube, tube. We need a way to come down there. That's going to be... Oh, come on. I don't want these. I want that. One there. Yeah, that's what I thought. We can do... maybe that. That ought to be a fun ride. Especially since both of these are going to get a booster. pointing that way. Welcome, viewer. This one goes to So the red is hypertubes. Now the yellow is hypertubes. Red is built. So right now, we have two tubes here which are on the same rack. We want to change this so that one tube will go back here to the main base, and one tube is going to branch out and come over here to the coal power. Okay, but I guess that means another foundation over here. Which is fine. Nope, we need to start up here. Bottom one. So that one. entrance. Then we can make a sign. Which one are we going to make going to power? This one's going to go to power. Okay, maybe make it a Mark II, and you a Mark II, and you a Mark II. Power line from you to there, and from you to there, from you to there, and there, and there, from you to there. Oops. Oop. That's better. Now we're going to have to work with this. I'm very curious why these two don't have the same curve. They're both going from the same place to the same place. Bottom one to bottom one, which is going to change. Bottom one, top one to top one, which is going to change. Yeah, so I built one of those in a like one in noodle mode and one curve or something originally. We still have a belt issue, but that's going to be a different thing here in a minute. Those split apart because they're going to the different things down there. Now which one? We made the top one going to power. So the top one is actually needs to go that way, following that belt. And that belt needs maintenance of its own. Why does it come out here so far? Because I put it up around the ridge is why. could put it up on this ridge, but I've got to nuke a couple of trees. I don't particularly want to do that. Guess that's not a problem here. Then we come up over there, and we do have a stand there. Come down through here. My belt's moving. Which belt is this? That goes down to explosives. No explosives are being used. There shouldn't be any being made. There should be no movement on that belt at all. Interesting. Okay. Wait a minute. I just heard bees. Yes, I did. Hey guys. Whoops, wait a minute. Down boy, down boy. That took an awful lot of hits that it wouldn't normally take. Come on, guys. I did not know these guys were here. Can't fly any higher, but I don't see anything fun up there. Okay, we are tracking down the belt and scoping out running the yeah, whatever you want to call the tube over here. Where do we want the tube to run to? Kind of want the tube to come up top. Why do I have... Oh, it just looks funny. So how am I going to do it? Just bring a stand up. Up to here. And then another one there, I guess. But there's no straight mode. I guess curve works. Then we have the problem that this is not on a stand that I can attach to. And we have a matter of being spit over the side if I come up that way. Although I guess I can take and put another one here and do that. That'll probably work better. Then we have the matter of problem here is that the best option is to use the three-way, and I hate those things because I hate the way they switch. Let me rephrase that. I despise the way they switch. Where does this go? Somewhere without power. Where am I? Up on here. Okay. Something to remember, as there does not appear to be anything else up here. Fairly flat. Relatively to some other territory. Might be a good place for building something. And we have a nice route up here. And I just saw the belt move again, or at least its contents. So the question is, do I leave the belt as is and just run the, well, we got two questions. One, do I leave the belt as is and run the tube beside it? Or do I rebuild the belt with stands that can take the tube as well? The other question is, do I use a switch in this area so I don't need another tube going from coal to main base? And I think I just answered my own question. Since I already have two tubes going back to main base, I am going to have two tubes coming out of here, one going there, one going here. Which reduces us back to our original question, rebuild the belt or not. I think for the moment I am not. I am just going to run the tube separate. Now, we determined that the top tube at this point, this tube is the one going to power, or at least the one labeled as going to power. So let's make this one. And don't mind this power line. This power line is getting changed. So this needs to go in such a way that it does not mess with belt or the other tube. That looks like it'll work, and it should be clear of the other tube. It is. Good. Hey, buddy. Didn't you see the construction signs? Okay, good. I'm underneath the belt. So I can cross over here. But now we need doggone it. Nope, that ain't gonna work. Need two tubes, but two tubes on top of each, two entrances on top of each other is an exercise in confusion and frustration. We'll put it that way. Guess we're gonna put two tunnels there on the edge and run them down to the ground freestyle. And we pretty much have to rebuild the belt because for at least some distance we need racks. And you might as well put the belt on the same rack. So, oh, and YouTube, I really do not like your new interface, because either I can see the whole graph or I can see the headers, but I can't see both. There is no middle ground. Well, I suppose if I'm really careful with the manual adjustment, it works. But I'll say again, I do not like your new interface, or a lot of other things you've recently changed. Well, that could be a problem too. So if I put one there and one there. Nope. Over there. We want to put these, put a pair of them one, two, nope. First one needs to be a belt. But we want that up in the air, actually. Okay, so the belt is definitely moving. Okay, so if I do that, what will this look like coming out of there? Well, that looks like it could be very interesting. Does that actually stay out of the wall? Oh, holy crap, it does. Alright. That is a bug that is driving me absolutely bananas. For unknown reasons, every once in a while, the hover thingy wants to continue lifting. That goes into the edge, but we're going to accept it. And then we're going to take this bit of belt . That wasn't what I intended. Nope, we don't want to go to the existing belt. We want to go to there. But this belt is supposed to be Mark 2, not Mark 1. Take that belt off. Take that down. Come down here, somewhere in this area, going somewhere roughly that direction. Lot 3. I want to take that down and that down first. And then we want Mark 2 belt from there to there. And then I want 2 tubes from there. Bottom tube, top tube, no, and no. Tubes, curve mode, from there to there, there, to there. Grab this. Get rid of that. That. And then we want mounts. One, two, three. Get rid of that. And that. Mark 2. From there. There, hyper tube. Nope, we need that first. 1, 2, then grab tube from there to there, over there to there. Why are they not identically aligned? They're going to the same frickin' place. Half hour in or hour in and I'm already extremely frustrated. Maybe not frustrated, but badly annoyed. Okay. Now. This, one of these tubes follows each power line, one following the belt and one going straight down the other power line. The one going to the left will join up with a belt that's also coming from the power plant, but from the other side. As well as several belts coming down from... No, those belts, well, that's the crystal belt, which can be taken down. Or probably ignored, because odds are if I tear it down, it's going to be wanted somewhere later. Oh. Okay. So we're going up here. Belt. To the top. And crapoid again. Yeah, we're going to do that tube. Nope. We need... Where's the... Where's the existing tube going to main base? Must be this one. So rather than running a fresh new tube over here, it'll be a little bit longer, but I can run both tubes back through here and branch off and follow the existing rack or whatever new rack I build and follow that tube back. Or no, it doesn't go under there, rats. So yeah, I'm gonna bring the two tubes up here and do all the splitting here. Oh, yabba. Okay, so which way was I facing when I said that? We're gonna bring both tubes going up that way. So I do want another one here. I do want to grab that, bring it up here. These are going to be scenic tour tubes, is what these are going to be. Actually, belt from there to there, tube from there to there to there. Now, is it up here? No. So here we are still going two tubes and a belt from over there, all of which are heading to the same spot. Where's the belt? There. And tube. Nope, not that one. Ah. One, two, three, looks like. Followed by 1, 2. Belt, connect, top, and then tube, connect, there, and there, and there. No. This time, this one is going to be that one is going to go over there. We're going to give it its own pole. Somewhere here. Don't need them that high, but I need somebody to judge height. Looks like the middle one is what we're going to use. So we're going to come from the top there, through the tree to that one. And are we crossing paths with the other tube? No, just the tree. Now, we have, this can stay as is. We need another one here. Belt. Come on, grab the belt. Tube. And then that tube can go there. And the belt, hopefully, can go there without crossing the... Done! Yeah. still messes with the bottom tube. Bottom tube needs to be redirected. This tube becomes this tube. Well, the real ideal here would be for the belt to go up a little bit, but that's not really feasible. Or now, see if we got these right. The top one is supposed to go to power. Top one does go over to power. I think, however, that these two should switch. So that this one is on the bottom, and this one is on top. Yes. Okay. What is using the explosives? I'm not shooting anything, so nothing. Okay, I'm very curious. Excuse me a minute while I investigate. I don't understand what's using the black powder. The only things using the black powder are my explosive rebar. I mean, it goes. The black powder goes in here to be turned into this smokeless powder, which is split between there, which does my rebar. What's it going over here for? That's okay. That's going into the sink. Okay. Why in hell is it going into the sink? It's not overflowed. Or is it? It is. Aha. Okay. Why is this not a smart splitter with overflow? Because we want it all to go up there first. And the reason I have the overflow is because we cannot back up any of this stuff. So that has to keep running. Otherwise things go south in a hurry. And the plan is to rebuild that entire complex anyways. Okay, we can go back. We've solved that mystery. That's why the coal belt was kept moving. Okay, from here we have these. We have coal power. Now the question, before I jump into one of those, the question is, coming from coal power, the top one comes back to explosives. The bottom one goes to main. Okay. Going to coal power. Need a bit more of a booster there, I think. Okay, now which one is the top one? Top one is this one, so this one. The first one goes to this one goes to main base. Now, in theory, it actually goes to main base. Maybe if I put power to it. Top that goes to coal power. So here we have a bit of a gun that we don't need anymore. This one goes to this one goes just to come on, coal power. In theory, let's find out. Really hate how you have to look through the upper thing in a stack. Okay, back to main base. I can remove that booster now. Okay, so that somewhat redoes our hypertube thing, makes it a little easier to get to this area. And a lot easier to get here without really sacrificing access to Fixmas, which is here. Next is big power poles through, I don't even, that's gonna be even more fun. Okay, I need a break, be between 5 and 10 minutes, and we shall return to fight with electricity. Okay, thank you for sticking around. Fair warning, this is where we might go off the rails. Possibly quite a ways. Sorry, I'm still finishing up some food. So we have big power poles out here. We do not have any big power poles over towards Fixmas. We have a road power pole over there for some reason. We don't have any, let's see, this is, oh, this is crystal. This is a unused belt of crystal that was going to be used as silicon for aluminum. Now that didn't happen because I got the alternate recipes. I think we're just going to leave that belt alone. And the power from there comes from main base, and we'll just leave that alone. It is marked. Really should put at least another pole or two out here. But since I'm going to rebuild this, at least that's the plan, I think that can wait. The area we just went through, we need to put power poles. I have no power poles in there. I need to put big power poles out here. Even though there's nothing else out there yet, I'm sure there will be. We have power poles here, but I think I want to redo them slightly. And I'm fairly certain I want to redo these, although I know there's some poles in some places that I have redone. This pole, I believe, is redone. This one, I think I did. And there's one hiding underneath there that I know needs redone, or I think needs redone. I think this one is redone. I know that one is redone. I should run big power poles up from here up to there and out up to this one. No, because these need to be tied specifically. These are not backbone things. These need to be tied to this operation. And that's actually part of what we need to do here, is to make sure operations are, make sure spur bits are tied to the right operations for power, so that this, okay, I'm using the smart switches, the priority switches. So, actually each one of the lines of aluminum is separated. This is separate. The the stuff over here, concrete, needs to be separated. The water, I'm thinking I want to make separate, even though it is, or not water, copper, even though it is specific to the aluminum. Also want to do, see, that's another one. Do I want to make that backbone, or do I want to tie that to the aluminum? I think I want it tied to the aluminum, I don't know. I think I don't know. And this is why I said this is going to go off the rails, because I am guaranteed to get sidetracked. Absolutely guaranteed. So where we are at this moment is we are looking at this pole right here. Which is part of backbone. The way I have it done, every main pole is part of backbone grid. But using this pole as an example, it's angled in such a way that it's hard to follow. It looks weird. It's like, what kind of idiot put it there kind of thing. So I want to pull this up and angle it, but, and so here you get to see some of the chaos of my thinking, and that leaves everything unresolved. But I don't like setting, and this is just me, I don't like setting the poles corner-wise on the grid, on the foundations. I also have to keep in mind that this is my main base power switch. Which is weird. Why do I have it over here? I thought I had that on this pole. This is where my biomass connects. And we won't talk about biomass because that's a whole nother mystery. If you look close, you'll notice that some of it is disabled and some of it is not. That is because this stuff was... Okay, biomass is not connected to anything else at all. Yet, for some reason, even with these three machines powered off, and later even with these three machines disconnected, these 8 generators, which do not draw any power themselves, were every once in a while, so only these 8 generators were connected to the power grid, to their own power grid, and every once in a while, for a few tens of seconds, they would draw 100 megawatts, which was slowly draining the fuel source, which it shouldn't. There's nothing here that would draw, even these machines only draw 30 each, and that's only when they're operating, which, unless something is chewing fuel, which it shouldn't, they have no reason to draw power. But even with them off, even with them disconnected, this system was drawing power. I went through and replaced all the poles to make sure there wasn't a ghost connection somewhere. I have no idea what's going on with that, and that's why most of them are disconnected. It quit happening when I got it down to those 3. At least I haven't noticed it happen when it's down to those 3. I have a suspect, but that's why I removed all the poles and it kept happening. Anyways, we're distracted. We are not messing with that tonight. Okay. For the moment, we're going to leave the switch as is. When I pull this power pole, it is going to shut down everything on main base. Oh, let me show you. So here's all the different areas that have their own switches. Biofuel is turned off. That switch is under the other pole that next to biofuel. And aluminum coolers is turned off because I haven't been back there to turn it on since I added the power a couple nights ago. Added the extra power. And these two are low priority. So the way this works, for those who don't know, by using the priority switches, which are unlocked quite a ways down a criterium tree, I think. Might be the alien tech tree, but I think it's the criterium tree. But anyways, they're quite a ways down one of the trees. You can sort them out like this, and if your power goes low, it starts shutting off bits of your system starting at priority 8 until it gets enough disabled that you're no longer over your power budget. That way the priority parts of your grid stay running, and only the side bits of your grid fall off for a time for a while. What I'm not certain of is whether they will automatically come back on once you get enough power. I think they will, but I am not certain of that. What the heck, YouTube? Thank you. YouTube hates me today. I mean, I can't blame it any, but... Okay, so when we take down this pole, everything that is part of main base is going to go down. Not that that's a big issue. Nothing here is currently critical. Actually, nothing at all is critical. We're not building anything. We're not running anything. Everything that exists to put stuff into the depot to allow me to build stuff. That is, I mean, what you see here is everything that exists, period, except for, I mean, we're looking at all this, and that is all there is, except for Caterium node that just goes into the depot. My initial plastic, rubber, and a bit of power. The sulfur and explosive rebar that is kind of all part of one unit here. The big power that I did just a couple nights ago. Fixmas here. This is coal power here. Copper feeding aluminum here. And my first fuel power here. That's it. Everything is power and support. Everything is in main base except for those power outposts. So there's no big factory anywhere yet. It is just main base building all of the basics to get me to this point. And that is why, if you look on the left or on the right over here, we need more power. We need what we're doing now, general maintenance stuff. We need more power. I need sand fluctuators so I don't have to keep making them by hand. I need to do, probably along with more power, I need to do mass plastic and probably rubber. And I need to do mass Caterium, which I'm not sure where I'm going to do yet. But even even that is just feeding the depot to allow me to build stuff. And then the most important one there at the bottom is rebuild. And what that will be is tearing down most of what you see. We will keep basic iron over here, basic steel, and basic copper here. All of this stuff and all of this stuff and that stuff will go away and be rebuilt elsewhere, where we will, I'm not sure how we're going to do it yet. It's a toss up between, are we going to build a mass factory all in one place for the rest of to finish off the game that will include all the stuff we tear down here, or am I going to build things in different places with trains or belts between them? I don't know yet. I'm leaning towards all in one place. I just haven't figured out in my mind how I want to implement that if I do it that way. But that's what we're aiming to with all this. We are cleaning up the mess we've made getting to this point, is the point of this, and maybe additional streams. Cleaning up, organize, identify, in some cases identifying things, and so on. So right now it's in the case of this one, it's a matter of neatening up. Let's see, there should now be no power here for main base. I should have 0 power. Yep. But it doesn't really matter because there's nothing going on. There's plenty of stuff in the depot and I'm not doing any mass building. Now, that should not be under power. And this is not what we want to use here. What happened to my... This is what I want to build somewhere in this area. Find me a better spot to show this off. So what we have here, so this is what's meant to be the entrance. We have, ran out of power. We have construction fences. Oh, come on, Doug. We have a bunch of batteries, we have a door, we have construction side fences, basically what you'd see for a substation alongside the road anywhere in most countries. I am working on another blueprint to build a transformer to set back here for looks, but my intent is one of these next to, at the point where we are powering each, at least at the power generation areas, and probably at any other large factory like the aluminum is, where there's a relatively large power draw. Not because anything like this is necessary, but because it's a spot where it would be reasonable to have a larger quote-quote substation. Well, that's the idea behind this. I kind of want to build one here for main base, but it is not finished, and without rebuilding half a main base, there's no place to put it. Now, where's that pole I need to replace? Nothing like being distracted. No chaos going on here tonight at all. Nope, we don't do that kind of thing here. Oh, crap. That's right where the leg of the tower needs to go. Actually, that might be perfect. Ha! Fancy that. Right exactly where it needs to be. Couldn't have planned that better. Something's very, very, very wrong. Alright, let's put this back on the grid. We're going to that one. And now I should be able to fly. Into that one. And there should be one over here. Where's the one over here? That one? That doesn't seem right. But there's no other tower in that direction to connect to. So it had to be that one. Now we need to connect from there to there. And then we make sure main base is back online. Okay. So that one's done. Let's look at this one up here. This one I have redone. This one has my curved foundation on it. That's this one here. Let's go the other way. These are already on foundations. I want to have a look at all the weirdness around here. I want to be able to zoom in a whole lot further, but I can't. That's a mod I need to look for, something that'll let me zoom in a lot further. But there seems to be some crazy electrical circuitry going on over here that bothers me. Now this grid here is supposed to be main base. This is behind this switch. Anything connected to this is powered off of that main base switch. Now this line goes out to the crystal. This here is this power line going out here. Now we have two lines, one going up here for copper at the top, does not connect to this power pole, good, does not appear to connect anywhere else. and then a lower power line which runs to the back over here and runs all of copper, and it looks like only copper until we get to this pole. Now see, ideally now copper, this is all part of the main base. I don't need those on separate switches. But I am making note that we have two separate connections, one over there and one here. We have the recycling center on here. I don't see any stray. See, what I'm looking for is any connections that go outside of main base here. And then we have this. Or ways I can clean up, like is there a better way, better place to run this wire? This here, actually, you know what, I need to make don't really like that green, but hadn't intended to color the machines, but I guess it kind of makes sense. I hope I'm not coloring the power lines doing that. Okay, so that area is isolated. That area is separate from anything else. There should be no lines going to or from it. And I don't see any. This pole and this beam and this pole, the point was to get, originally I had been connected from there onto this grid and then over here, and we needed to isolate it. What I'm seeing now is there is a better place to connect this wire, and that is there. It's a little more clear. I mean, it cuts across the middle of this, but so did the other one. Now this is just concrete over here. This grid pole is here mainly for the connection point for the biomass, which is that switch right there, which, as you'll note, is not connected currently to the biomass, but that's what that switch there is for. Then we have, is this coming from the grid? It is. Yes. Why is this wire coming from the grid? What is it powering? It is powering this. It is powering iron. It is powering radar. It is powering iron. It is feeding why in crap? See, This is exactly why I'm doing things like tonight, is to track down things like this. So we're feeding this machine. See, this should be strictly base. So where does this line go? This, all of iron and everything up here, everything that's being powered by this line is stuff that should be from base and only base, not from the grid. This is directly grid tied at the moment. It looks like it is only powering. I don't see anything leaving iron except for this line going out here that's powering this one machine. And then going out here. What is it? I don't know what it's going out here for. Well, no. We can take this out at this point. I no longer need this, and I shouldn't do it that way, because that's a blueprint. Actually, need to take these out, and just put another one of these here. Anymore. This, I think, yeah, this line is grid tied. It's broken here. This is serving two purposes. This is the only power connection from anywhere down to down here at the moment, is that power line. So that power line is supposed to be grid. It needs to be rerouted. Originally this was the feed from coal power, but that since has moved here, because we went out to, well, it's been modified here, but it went out to this power station and then out to base this way. Ow! So this at the moment is really mostly so I can fly out there, but that is a grid power line. Well, no, again, that is our only, what is that? This is our only power connection out to everything else. This needs to be big poles. Not sure where we're going to run them. Maybe back to this pole. Maybe this way. Maybe both. But first of all, I need to isolate. Since that's grid, that line here for the moment needs to go to that pole there. And then this stuff back here needs to be tied into base grid. Okay, so that is, this needs to be tied to this up here. I guess we'll go with, no, I don't want, that pole is too close to base. See, right now I just disconnected all of this power out here is disconnected from anything but out there at the moment. So I need to go from here. For now, this has got to change, but for now, this line out here is the only connection between all of that out there and the rest of the grid. And that needs to change. Well, this here will be the connection, but it needs to be turned into big power poles. First of all, I need to isolate that line, that mystery line. So this is what should be our actual base grid. This is connected to this across here. What is all this across here connected to? Looks like it's connected to power. Must be through this, which is sketchy. Because base power is supposed to be oriented from the side here. So this is our only connection to steel. The other thing is these should be powered from the grid, not from any factory. So right now these only powered from this line down the middle. Which does come back and connect to, this is our base grid switch. So now we're back to this line here, which legitimately comes out here, assuming it is base grid, which this line should be. But instead, we have this going up. Let's get rid of this. Up here, which again should be all of base grid. Everything here should be base grid except for that really should be main grid, but that's another time. Why is this connected to main grid? This I guess should connect to there. So now all of this is connected through the main base grid, which is controlled by that switch over there. And the only thing connected to this grid tower is theoretically that switch to biopower. Don't think anything else is connected to that. says there's one. Oh, that is connected to the switch. Okay. Okay. There. That mystery, that is the kind of thing that tonight is all about, is finding and sorting those kinds of things out. And that was a simple one, I'm sure. So, list of things to do. Plus 20. Next up is, well, it was going to be, especially since I'm pretty sure I already did this. So we rotated this tower so it looked better. This tower has nothing coming off of it, it's just a series tower. This tower has my rounded foundations on it. This one probably should. We have our hydropower node over here. But there's nothing around that. That's just a freestanding foundation with a thing on it. And where I'm going right now is heading out to the Caterium node. I believe I've already updated all of these power poles to my special ones with the rounded corners. Including this one all the way up there. And then there's the Caterium node and processing and all feeding into the depot. Looks all good to me out here. Nothing really that I can upgrade up here. Make sure this is a miner 2. It is. I could speed that up, it looks like, but then I'd have to fuss with all this stuff. Although that looks like they could be upgraded. So there's a list, a to-do list item. But we're looking at power, and it looks like power is taken care of out here. And so that's all this line out here is okay. So we need, really, the next thing looks like to do is figure out this power run here, I guess. So where shall we put power poles, big power poles for this? Since we're really just connecting this to this, because this power system is already connected through everything, although we do need to go out there and tweak all those. We don't need any of this loop down here at all. We should be able to just go from this power pole. I think that's down. We might need another power pole right here, bringing it up. But then just maybe a power pole here, and then over to this one, and just eliminate all of this. And I'm curious what this is. So where are we at? We are coming back from over here. stuff up there has been got. Hey! No! Ah! Sucky! Ow! 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 That hurt. Okay, so this is all sorted. We need to go to this pole and out there. So we're going out that way. And I didn't do a proper jump. Yeah, figures. We're ignoring this line of poles right now. It comes out to this platform, which is going to be, there is a Caterium node right here somewhere. That's the mass Caterium over on the right hand side of the screen. That's what that's for. But we need to scope out. Let's go back to fly mode. So that's this base out here. Need to figure out what that, just ahead of me to my right. That's just a weird little bit of landmark. Nothing special, apparently. Okay, so we're talking about coming from this pole ahead of me to my right, over the edge of the cliff. That would be this power pole. So as I thought, it's down low, so it needs to come up somewhere. Looks like over there would be the better place, but it could come right straight up here. Right straight up here would be the, let's see. Yeah, so it's a matter of coming up over here, which is significantly less than ideal, or coming literally straight up to here, which I like better. And then from there, we're going to a power pole we can't see over there. Okay, it's right there. But we're going to need at least one in between. On the far side of this gulf, a little thing that sticks out over there. So yeah, somewhere in this area, we need to drop a power pole. First off, putting one right here somewhere. Get rid of a few rocks. Like that. And then we want it facing like that. Somewhere in this area. Something like that. And we'll put that down, but we're going to remove it almost immediately. but that'll give me a way to don't particularly want it on an angle like that. The point here is I'd like to have this on the global grid with everything else, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. But we are still going to remove this because I didn't sync it in the way that I would normally have done so. So let's do that. Like that. And then I need getting this snapped correctly to that. So I can do that. Actually, in this case, I'm not going to use the blueprint for that because it ends up leaving far too much hidden. That'll work. Well, we can do from there down to there. And then we can see where we can put this one. And in order to do that, we're going to run some temporary lines out here. So I can fly out here, and then we're going to grab that again to see how far I can reach out into this area. Plenty far. Now we are aiming for that tower over there. So we would like to put this somewhere in this neighborhood. Ideally without screwing up any of these trees. So ideally, like right there. And we want to be aimed back like this way. So, somewhere right in here. Should be able to now run a power line from there to here, and from here back to there. Now I can delete that that. And they're going to lose power in between here. Or maybe not. Just close enough. Now we can remove all of this. Because it serves no purpose whatsoever now. Should be all of that. I think I need to put a booster somewhere. And get belts out of the way. Okay, that covers this. I guess let's look at these coming down through there. And that is over here. And that's going to be back into jump mode. Okay, so the first one coming this way is actually that one, okay. And for now at least, that one's on base. That may get moved off onto the end of this, so up there. But not right now. All of this can go away. That was there from very early game for me to, I fell down in the valley down there and had no way back up, so I built one. Now we have the tube. Okay, so for the moment that one's built on concrete, this one is not. So we need to take and build a foundation for this one. Where is its next node? Okay, so this is a hydro. And our next node for this one is over there. Okay. So we've got this coming from that way and then going out this way. We want this to be angled. Kind of like that. Well, we're going to anchor it there. Go down here. We want it moved. Oh, come on. Seriously? You unlocked it, you bastard. Wait, why are those feet roughly lining up? I want it at a different angle than that. Done this prior to planting it. Okay, so which one of these do I want to stand on? Which one is going away? I'm thinking I don't want to stand on either one of them because I'm not sure. That's the one that's going away. Then we need power from this one to, where are we going? Where's the tower we're aiming at? That one there. And from there to there. Oh, and from there to us. Okay, next is that tower over there. Seems to be on a bit of a ledge. Too long. Okay, now that line goes down there for that booster. That booster is what kicks us up that hill. So that's going to have to eventually come back to this. It would be nice to run that up to there, but there's no reasonably visible pathway down. Although I suppose I could put one out here and down there, and it just gets weird. I'm leaving it over to this side. And this is aimed reasonably in terms of location and direction, so we really want to just put something right literally on top of it, just with a foundation. You go to there. You go to there. And somewhere over there. No, over there. Where's the tower? It should be visible. Where the heck is the tower? There we go. Okay, now I need to do some foundationing. This was my temporary, and this should be all connected. Yep. And now we're going down to this one down here. which is itself, for some reason, going down. Oh, this is the one that was feeding down there. That peg is no longer necessary. Okay. And there's nothing else around. Anyone know what this is? It does not exist in actuality down there. We're looking at loss of power. So we're literally looking at down here in front of me where Goofball is walking. There's nothing here. The lighter color indicates this is a high platform. There's nothing here. It is not the tree. That same shape exists. I don't think I have it open on the map here, but in the grassy plains, there's the four mines. They're over here against the wall somewhere or other, and next to them there's a couple of rocks. Not the gas rocks, but before the gas rocks. That same symbol exists right next to those two rocks. And there's obviously nothing there. I want to know what that symbol is, what that mark is. That's the second place I know of on the map that same shape exists, and there's nothing there. Now, it's possible that it's something that somehow gets unlocked in level 5 where I haven't been yet, but I don't think so. Actually, I have been in level 5, and I may not have been back to the grassy plains at that point, but so maybe it's something from level 5. If it is, don't tell me. Otherwise, I have the foggiest notion what it is, and I'm very, very, very curious. If anyone else has seen it and knows what it is, no. If it's from level 5, don't tell me. But if it's from level 5, if it's something that's unlocked, it shouldn't be on the base map. Anyways, back to our power pole. Hey buddy, it's a construction area. You might want to get lost. Alright, this one is in a good spot, or at least a reasonable spot. It needs to hook to those down there, and the one we just did up there. If it can move closer to this area, better, so that means moving it this way. Bird, you're going to be in the way, so you know what? I don't know how badly that hurt you. I don't think it killed you. I'm sure it annoyed you. Oh, you're still alive. You should get up and sing again. There's no way to tell, but I'm pretty sure it's alive. What? Did I scare you? Did I piss you off? Good. Oh no. Birdie disappeared. Maybe he did die. Sorry, Birdie. I tried not to kill you. Unless that's him, but I don't think so. Now you, buddy. You I'm more than happy to kill. Not here to wander into the bushes. I don't want to kill the bushes. Get your balls back out here. Of course, now he'll come back out here and walk into where I'm trying to build. Any bets? Okay, we want this oriented something along this line. And I want to sink it down in, so that should do. Can't get any closer to the edge. I think I will leave it like that. Let's see if we can get from... yawn. Oh, come on, come on, come on, come on. Doggone it. There's a pole hidden in here. From that pole to... yeah. Nope, the 03, that pole. Come on, you can make it. You can make it. And from 03 to up there, and that one's going through the rock. That's no fair. Isn't it? Yes, it's going through the rock. Doggone it. Oh well. I am not going to worry about it. Hey, Major, where you been? You missed all the fun. Alright, this one's been done. Not sure why it's... I can't really turn that to a way that's... there's no ideal direction to turn that one, which I don't like, but... Did I move? Did I adapt this one? I did not. That one needs moved or removed. That one's good. That one there's good. That one over there's good. This one need to do something about. Yep, this one's fine. That one's fine. This one has the switch for aluminum. That's our aluminum power switch. So I guess the one of concern is this one over here. That's two very different and interesting things. Running a train around the world, there are pathways, some of which are easy to recognize and easy to implement, some of which are neither. As for where to build the computer factory, that depends on what recipes you have. If you have the various Caterium alternate recipes, I can tell you where to go, where there is all the Caterium you could possibly want, and then some. I built supercomputers there, including, from the ground up, I built supercomputers there, and still didn't use all the Caterium. And I was doing Caterium-based recipes. That was a fun factory to build. There's like 6 episodes on it. And then, let's see, you're talking about regular computer, so, I don't know if it's the most ideal. It was where another place I had Caterium available to me. That one is the Caterium node in the middle of the Rocky Desert is where I built that one. Well, you need Caterium anyways, but I think you need that for either the cards or some component of computers, if I remember. But for both that place and the everything Caterium, I was still training in crap loads of either rubber or plastic or both. This was all on a multiplayer server, and the 2 other guys were upset that I was asking for so much plastic, either plastic or rubber, I forget, one of the 2. They were upset that I was asking for so much, so it's like, hey, you asked me to build this. It's like, take your pick. Off the top of my head, I don't know any other places that are specifically suited for computers. Maine and Rocky Desert, train line headed into grasslands with stop for oil for okay, I have a rough idea of what you're set up for. Computers are going to need all the raw materials, well, at least iron, copper, and I'm pretty sure they need Caterium. They're going to need oil for either plastic or rubber, or both. Over on that side of the map, you have all of the above. So if you've got a train going that you can get plastic, rubber, and all the other bits there, are you planning on training or belting in raw materials and building the entire process there for computers, or are you gonna like build circuit boards somewhere else and truck or train them in? There's also the matter of, are you planning on building like 2 machines running computers, or are you going to do what I did and had like 20 machines running computers? There's a really big difference in building the factories. Okay, so you're thinking in terms of building the circuit boards and other bits and pieces in their own factories and training them or whatever, or otherwise transporting them in. So you didn't build anywhere near your train track then. Your only issue is making sure you have room for enough train stations and or platforms. And if you're 10 computers a minute, don't the machines run 5, I think? So that'd only be a couple of machines. I don't know the numbers off the top of my head, but I think they were like 5. They might have been less. If you want to have fun, do like 50 computers a minute. That's what I was doing, is something along that line. It was ridiculous. Okay, so you already have all those other bits and pieces being built. So you just got to do imports, which means either a bunch of train stations or one train station and a bunch of of platforms on one train, and that's actually going to be a bigger space taken than your actual factory. I'd actually build your train station stuff on the ground floor and build your factory above it. I mean, there's 200 different ways to figure that out. That's how I would do it. So this pole is only here as a... So you're doing, but are you doing one train or one train with a car for each product, or are you doing multiple trains? Each way has its arguments. And my problem in this kind of situation is I understand the points for both or all sides, and don't really have a preference myself. So it's like, yeah, whatever, okay. There's arguments for both ways. Okay, I am going to take this tower out, and instead, since this is just a stepping place between that tower and that tower, you're belting raw materials to the train line, shipped to multiple shops for different things, but each raw material is one train. So you're having a train specific to, each train is specific to one product or raw material, with that train making multiple stops. Yes? Okay, that, from what I've seen, I've note that I've never done trains myself yet. I understand them. I've helped with other people, but I've never actually done them myself. But that seems to be the most common way of using them. I've only dealt with one person, and this was in a game I was playing, who insisted against all evidence, both advice and experience of his own, insisted on doing one train, multiple products, and lining up platforms on the various stations was a freaking nightmare. So we're going to leave this pole over here, but we're going to take and switch to putting wall outlets. Yes, I know I want to put it on a wall, but I want to pick up this line. Thank you. Let me pick up the line. Oh, you can't do that with the big lines. The top of the poles can only go to other poles. Crap. Ah! No, no, don't lose power. this one pretty much has to be up here because we have to connect to that pole. And we have to come around. I mean, I could, I guess, go out here, but I don't want to. I've got a platform here. Let's use it. But that means do I have another connection open here on this? No. Yeah, I know. Well, the question here is what we were dealing. Well, I was trying to figure out when you came in is this pole was put here before the upper platform and the support pole. I kind of need to move it. The question is where? What do I deal with? Because I've also got the matter of the lower output here is going to a switch. I'm not even sure. Oh, that's my switch that goes for the... So that's my switch. This is something I was wondering. That is going to... and it's very... You gotta be careful following my power lines here. I need to put signs and labels, but this switch is going to that pole. That pole is going down to that. If you look right here, you see two lines right here. One is this pole going down to that knob. One is that knob going up there to that pole. But this circuit going along there to right there and then goes out from there to copper. That is this line right here going out to copper. So that, whatever I do here, I've got to make sure that I reconnect this line. Move my big pole out. The big power pole or my support? I'm assuming you mean the... Hey Valius. Valius, you asked me on the on your stream yesterday or earlier today whether I ever used something specific which we won't mention. I used to, I don't anymore. I have, we'll say I ran into trouble. I am no longer able to, I don't no longer have the access I used to. And yes, I feel better. I'm still tired, but I'm not wore out. And there's something else you brought up on that stream too, but I don't remember what it was. But I was going to tell you something. I don't remember what though. So that is to bring you up to what we're doing. We're trying to figure out what to do with this pole. This pole was placed here before the second layer and the stand. We're bringing power from over there around the end of the aluminum and down over here. Ah, yes. I need to show you that. If you're around when I'm ready to sign off, I'll take and bring that world up and show you. So we're trying to figure out what to do with this pole, and Major is saying move it out. I'm assuming he's suggesting moving it down here, but I'm not clear on that. But that's what I'm thinking is moving this pole down here. Because there's nothing, without redesigning all of this, there's nothing else I can do. There's no, with it, anywhere it is in this corner is in the way. So I pretty much have to move it down here. But I've got to remember, and this is where you walked in, I've got to make sure, because right here is our switch to run the copper out here. So we've got a line running out here, and that comes in down there, runs along the side here, comes to this button, which goes both to this pole and that button up there, which feeds the copper stuff up top, and that pole comes over to this switch. If I move this big pole, I've got to make sure I bring power back to this switch. This is cartograph something or other. There's more to the name, but cartograph will get you the mod, and I really like it. The only problem is the map won't let you zoom in any further. And yes, I know there's mods for that, and any of them I've looked at look kind of sucky. They look kind of, as Australians would say, how you doing? For American terms, I'm not impressed. I have a growing list of mods I want to make, if I ever have time, sometime in the 2040s. So anyways, I think I'm going to put a tower down here to replace the one above, the one on the corner. Something like that. And then we run a line from there to there. We can't run over there yet, but just erase this then, and run a line from here to there, and then we have this switch. I think we will move the switch down here. Less than ideal, because the ideal place for this would be down at copper. Okay, I need to remove this pole. And then I want wire to bring that out here to the corner. And that'll come down to there. No. That will come down. We can get rid of this. And then this will come down to B side. And A side goes up there. And turn you back on. Turn you off. Remove you. Actually, I shouldn't have removed you because I still need that to be copper power only. You need to be put back into the correct place. And we actually do want that to be probably up there now. Okay. Let's put this also over here. You know, Valius, what I should have said is, what do you mean mod? That's in the game. Alright, that should be good. Now this pole is powered by this pole is now not powered. Was it also powered by the... Where's the indicators for these stupid things? No power. This pole must have been powered from that tower as well, which makes sense. It should be. That should be grid power. So we're going to do this, at least for the moment. Two vertical curves. Two vertical. Okay. Yeah, I got it. But how are you taking those, I'm assuming as blueprints, how are you taking those and rotating them around the circumference to make the sphere? You've got to build a horizontal circle at some point. Yeah. So you're taking what I'm assuming is two blueprints to do the top and bottom curves. Yeah, So you do a horizontal circle around the middle, and then snap those. Yeah. I don't like that with I don't like this, but it's the only idea I have for the moment. Okay, now that I have the pole out of the way, we can do... Nope, I need... Let's see, I need... Remember how I do this. I need that gone too. I need architecture. I need a painted beam. Doggone it. No. Go away. You're in the wrong freaking place. Doggone it. That doesn't work either. Hey! Why y'all have to make this so hard? That's not where I want it to go either. That's where I want it to go. What the heck? No, that's not where I want you to go. Why does it have to be so hard? No! Doug freaking done it. Start it that way. There we go. Glue back on the top. And now I need to, can I even do it over here? Kind of. No, that line is right in the way. So I can't do it on this side at the moment. Just gonna have to depend on the other sides to be sufficient support, I guess. That's the same reason I can't do a pole in the middle on the other side, because I got all these belts. Something to argue about later. Power is where we were working. So now we have this power here, across here, all sorted. These two have their concrete bases. That one is all on concrete with the rest of them. We've gone across to there. Have not looked at these. This is on concrete, or should be. Guess now we go over there and look. So these are on concrete. I don't like how that's angled, but it's the best way where it is. May have to change where it's at later, and we'll almost certainly change where that switch is at. See, those over there do need to be changed with the concrete bases. This is on a concrete base. Don't have any more, or really need any more over here. I do want to have a look at the water pumps out here. They are all being fed. Yeah, they're being fed power from here, but no, okay, this one is being fed power from underneath this, which is being fed in theory, yes, it comes back here to the fuel power grid here. And this is the fuel power grid. Because the switch, where's our switch? It is right there. And I need a break. We will be back in 5 or 10 minutes. Okay. Back to power management, or mismanagement, or something like that. We have this tower, we have our switch here for the fuel power. Oh, we were checking the line for the water pump over there. This weird looking line is the power going up to, jumping back and forth here, going up to the coal mine up at the top is what that's all about. Although I'm not sure why it has to take so many jumps, because where is it coming from? Okay, it's coming from that corner, going over there to here. Why is it going over there? Why not just over here? Yeah, there's no reason for it to go over there. And then you can go right to this one. There's no need for that. That looks much more realistic. And there's another line going to a coal mine over here. That looks fine. I want to look at where the power for concrete, looks like concrete is currently being fed from the same power as the power, not directly from the grid, which would be preferable. But for the time being, it's fine. Now the next question is, okay, these two pumps are powered from aluminum, even though they are not currently being used because we no longer need the water. They're left here because that may change. And since I have no real direct grid access over here, we're going to leave this as is. It's not a big issue. Oh, let me get away from all that noise. Okay, so next thing is that power pole over there and probably that power pole there. And see if we can swim. Alright, I know I'm not going to make it all the way across, even though I'm going to try. Now, this line should have power from both ends. This, I believe, we're going to have to go down here first because this is supposed to have a connection across to that. Okay, now oh, come on, I should be close enough to this thing over here. Apparently not. Now that was down here. And we want it aimed kind of that way. So now I need to clean up the area around it. And unfortunately, I can't kill these rocks without killing the trees. Hey, come on, doggone it. Nope. Nope. Okay, it did actually connect back to here. I wasn't sure I had. And the bugs got activated. Alright, now I need to connect these to this side so that I can fly over to the other side and do the same thing. And unfortunately, over here, I might have to blow up some shit that I don't want to. Namely that rock. Well, no, I need to blow out the rock, but I can't do so without blowing up at least a couple of trees. And I definitely do not want to blow up the trees. Okay, let's see what we can do here. We're missing the trees. We're missing the rock. We're barely missing the tree. We can bring this in so we're missing that tree better. We want to bring up a little bit so our feet aren't so obviously buried. We are hanging over the outside more than I want. We're good over here though. That's better. And we're still clear of that tree. Looks good to me. Got some dirt that's been pushed up around our feet, but we can work with that. I do need, however, to do at least that and that. Maybe oh, and perhaps we should connect over to that and across to that. And pick up our extra power poles. All that is good. Next. We've got these, we've got these, we've got this. I kind of want to put grid towers out here, but as things are, this is exclusive to aluminum. And I don't imagine that's going to change. So I think this is fine. This power line is probably running off of well, this one is interesting how I define. I need to make sure this is running off of grid, not factory, not power plant power. But I don't see offhand any other power grid stuff that I need to mess with. I'm sure I'll find something. There's stuff I want to do on that power plant, but that'll be for a different type of stream. This is miscellaneous maintenance. I'm not seeing anything else that, as far as power, I'm sure I'll come up with something, but I'm not seeing anything else at the moment. And we are coming up on 4 hours. So you're enjoying them, right, Major? Oh, Valius. I remembered what the other thing was that was brought up. And I don't remember why, but I hadn't commented on it. You were... how did it come out? I don't remember what was being said, but you had commented about aging. Not going to give my age, but my first interaction with a computer was at 12 years old with an original Apple II. That should give you a good time frame. And I haven't stopped doing computers since. Oh, for me it was a long time before that. That was 82. '82? Somewhere in there. First day of 7th grade. Oh heavens, yes. No, Apple DOS. I didn't get into Apple MS-DOS until... oh boy. Fall of '88. MS-DOS still exists. In fact, if I remember right, it's open source now. I miss my apples. I have a pair of Apple II GS in storage that last time I checked were in essentially mint condition. I'm not confident at this point they're still in that condition. There's a mouse problem in that storage unit. Enough said. Mice get into that box, I will be extremely annoyed. No, I didn't. I missed the 60s. I'm a 70s kid. But anyways, I think we have done what we can do, or at least what we can complete for this stream. So I'm going to call this here, I think, and may very well have another one of these streams before I do. Well, maybe before, maybe after building out even more power. Uncertain. Remains to be seen. Because I still need to get more power before doing the rebuild, as indicated on the right side of the screen. There is other maintenance stuff I want to do. I'm going to have to take a spin around the map at some point and take some notes. Yeah, off the top of my head, I can't think of what, but I know there's other stuff that I've come across. So there will definitely be another one of these casual stuff happens streams. Probably before we do any of those other things on the list. When, I don't know. What is this, Sunday night for me? It's going to depend on how I feel. I'm still tired from events earlier this week. So I'm still recovering from that, so. It might be tomorrow. It might be tomorrow. It might be Tuesday. It might be Wednesday. I don't know. I am going to aim for tomorrow at this point, but we shall see how I feel tomorrow. But thank you guys for being here. I enjoy talking to you. It gets boring by myself. So thanks for watching, and stay tuned for the next one.